Xin chào tất cả mọi người. Hôm nay ta sẽ chơi tiếp nhiệm vụ Ma Thần. Dạo này tôi đang bị nhiệt miệng ấy, nên là tôi sẽ nói chuyện một cách từ tốn, một cách bình thường thôi nhá. Tôi không kiểu tấu hài như bình thường được. Hôm nay là gặp ngài Neuvillette ở trong văn phòng để nói chuyện với Furina đấy. Để xem như thế nào.
You're here, finally.
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Furina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Tập này tôi cũng hạn chế nói hơn một tí nhá. Mọi người thông cảm. Cứ chỉ cần mở miệng ra to một tí thôi là kiểu gì nó bị va vào cái vết nhiệt đấy, nên là tôi sẽ hạn chế lại, đau vãi chưởng. Này, xem đi, coi như là xem phim nhá. Cãi nhau gì đâu không biết.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalors, are you not?
Không ý mà phải, nhưng cậu cũng nên rõ ràng với lập trường của mình.
Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
Egeria đang quỳ hướng về hòn đảo trên không, trông giống như đang nhận tội.
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing?
Neuvillette cũng có ở Furina cũng giấu nhiều thứ khỏi Neuvillette, mặc dù làm việc với nhau hàng ngày luôn.
I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Thôi xong.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eunuchs, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Trận này lại cung cấp rồi. Oh.
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
Cô ấy đang che giấu điều gì nhỉ?
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Furina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage? Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to.
Nếu không phải được cùng thì cô ấy không tiết lộ gì đâu.
We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
Khi đối diện với phiên tòa thì người ta mới chịu nói ra chân tướng. Nhờ. Thế chẳng lẽ lại đặt thủy thần lên lên trial? Ủa, vì tội gì?
But Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
Khó.
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Ai nhỉ? Tôi nghĩ ra thì ai rồi? Ai nhỉ? Tiền pro soi yên tĩnh. Ai ta?
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
Nhờ. Sao nghĩ ra ta?
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Diễn biến không khí trên thuyền này thành tòa án mất.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Có cả chlorine luôn à?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters.
Hả? Thợ săn Marechaussee giống cái tên của thánh di vật ấy. Thánh di vật thợ săn này là đang dùng cho ngài Neo thì phải. Hay là ai ấy nhỉ? Hình như ngài
Though
Neo.
that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Phép ẩn dụ chlorine dù sao cũng chỉ là ẩn dụ, một người sẽ không gọi là hành động là đi săn, đó không phải là chuyện nên là lúc này nó có thể giữa Furina không căng thẳng đến vậy. Thứ cần thiết chỉ là đơn giản bí mật của cô ấy, thăm dò bí mật của thần linh là vẫn rất bất kính, nhưng để bảo vệ fan trên khỏi lời tiên tri một phần đánh quyết định mạo hiểm. Ok. Không hề tồn tại thời gian là con mồi, nhưng cạm bẫy thì có. Thứ mọi người cần là một cái bẫy. Wow. Từ từ, chỗ này là chỗ nào vậy? À rồi. Bảo sao thấy nó cứ quen quen nhưng tôi vẫn chưa hình dung ra.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Hả? Cái gì cơ?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all. Then what's that?
Ủa?
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
What the? Ủa ai vậy? Nghe giống giọng của Yamiko. Ai à?
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
Kỳ lạ từ trên trời vọng xuống kiểu Sumeru á. Lúc nào ta?
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, you're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine after all.
Ai nhở? Giọng của ai vậy? Tôi không nhớ lắm. Ở Sumeru tôi chưa quay. Lúc ở Sumeru tôi chưa quay làm nhiệm vụ nên là...
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Sắp chủ động nhận ủy thác từ đệ tử của một người bạn thôi. Cho phép tôi được hỏi lời tiên tri của Fontaine xem thì thực sao?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Teyvat so easily be changed? So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. This was good tea, by the way.
Sorry mọi người.
Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
Nhiều lúc kiểu ngắt ngứ lâu nên là tôi không đoán được. Nghe thì hiểu nhưng mà... Well.
The voice. It's gone.
Ma nữ nở.
What? I want to hear someone talking. All right, coming. Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Oh, Mona này.
Mona!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Chào Led đúng không?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist. I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Thực ra có người đã đến đây rồi.
Huh?
Yep.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
Đúng. Đúng.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Ôi, có người còn biết được điểm mù của các vị thần luôn. Kinh đấy.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone.
Câu này hay á.
I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... I need to get going.
Okay.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Bye bye Mona. Không biết có gặp lại không nhưng mà bye
Paimon
bye.
feels kind of moved by what Mona said. but also kinda sad too. Hey, traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by. Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Nổi tiếng.
Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Cũng con muỗi nãy giờ bay qua mặt. Tiếp tục tiến lên phía trước.
Upon the gale.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat? Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
Không ngờ là vẫn chưa bán hết.
It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go! Paimon's sure it'll be great!
One slice of cake, please.
Rồi xong.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Neuvillette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Tiêu cực thế.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Wow. Rất hay. Nói câu rất hay. Hay ạ.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go?
Công nhận là chơi game kiểu vui ấy, nhưng nhiều lúc kiểu cũng cảm thấy sầu sầu bởi vì có những cái thứ nói đúng vẽ chưa. Kiểu nói mà mình phải suy nghĩ nhiều ấy. Như kiểu câu vừa nãy chẳng hạn.
These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Uầy, đáng yêu vậy.
And there she goes.
Đáng yêu với trưởng nhỉ?
All right, let's dig in. I'm unsure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Ai cũng muốn thôi, Paimon ạ.
Too slow.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
À đây rồi.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve. You just used us to make some quick mora.
Được chưa phần không?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Ui, cái này là hình như cái nhiệm vụ khác hay sao ấy nhỉ?
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Ôi, năng lượng công nhận là dồi dào thật.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh, that's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic.
but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
Wow, ai cũng tích cực nhỉ?
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her.
Công nhận. Kể cả Fontaine, người Fontaine có sống ở trong gọi là trong đầu cũng là có những cái câu chuyện lời tiên tri sẽ nhấn chìm Fontaine, nhưng mà ai cũng tích cực. Kiểu ai cũng giữ cho mình cái suy nghĩ tích cực. Sống cho ngày hôm nay.
Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Bởi vì ta nói game một phần cũng dạy ta được rất nhiều thứ mà bên ngoài không dạy.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Bỗng nhiên phải nghĩ đến thì đúng là không có kết quả gì.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean, still traveling?
Tớ sẽ trân trọng từng phút giây để tiếp tục ngắm nhìn thế giới này.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Ngày về người kết thúc một ngày bận rộn. Cô trở thành chung cả hai buổi chiều rất suôn sẻ. Wow, một ngày trầm tư. Một ngày rất trầm tư.
Feels like it'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the fortress of Meropide, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Neuvillette sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the fortress of Meropide. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Furina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her.
Oh no. Có chuyện gì?
Loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis.
Alessino à?
And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Furina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Furina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Furina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her? Good. Monsieur Neuvillette sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the palais now.
Ok, bye bye.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Neuvillette was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
Quả nhiên khác biệt sau khi làm thám tử, đọc hết vài cuốn tiểu thuyết trinh thám có ích đấy.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come.
Poisson. All right.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Có người ở đây. Chúng ta đi tìm Furina. Where are you? Và hiển nhiên đây rồi.
That's Furina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Furina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Furina, it's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Furina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dared to tout their archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Neuvillette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too. Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Chạy.
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Chạy đi.
Furina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her. can't be the place, right? Hey, Furina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Chuyện gì xảy ra ta? Sự thật là gì?
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed. You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
Ủa? Gì vậy?
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neuvillette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years.
Yep, nếu mà Neuvillette không nói được thì để mình thử xem.
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
Không thể chống lại thiên lý á? Viễn cảnh của lời tiên tri. Thiên lý á? Vậy là thiên lý làm gì đấy Fontaine để đặt một hình lời tiên tri lên Fontaine à? Ủa nhưng mà tại sao? Fontaine mắc phải sai lầm gì à?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
Nhưng cô nghe hiểu sẽ bị mất. Thiên lý á? Thế chuyện này có liên quan đến thiên lý à?
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Furina, cô thật sự không cần phải một mình chống chọi như vậy. Tuy không rõ cô còn biết gì nữa nhưng dân chúng sẽ sẵn sàng chia sẻ với cô.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
Nếu không chia sẻ thì ít nhất cô cũng có thể chọn cách thổ lộ ra. Tôi là người chứng kiến, cứ nói với tôi là được.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Cái gì ấy? À, trong kế hoạch hết à?
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Trong kế hoạch hết à? Hay là như nào ta?
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalors, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Thật luôn á?
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
What?
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
Shh. It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalors, will now begin!
Woohoo!
Oh, now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Đúng rồi. Suýt nữa thì nói. Nhưng mà chắc là theo kế hoạch nên là kiểu suýt thì thành công rồi đấy. Nhưng mà làm này lại trở thành kiểu ok.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Oh, Navia, tất cả mọi người đây hết.
The president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
Đều là người của Spina Rosula. Chắc là
They changed into plain clothes and came to the opera house as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Araneas. Its cargo, of course, was an archon instead of a human. My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
Nếu mà tất cả câu chuyện này, tất cả kế hoạch không diễn ra ấy, kiểu mình không làm ấy, thì có khi nãy Traveler chỉ cần làm như thế thôi đã có thể biết được sự thật rồi đấy. Nhưng mà vẫn phải theo kế hoạch nhỉ. Nhưng mà đôi lúc kiểu mọi thứ nó diễn ra dễ hơn mình tưởng ấy. Nhưng mà mình bị đánh mất, mình đi sai hướng. Mình bị đi sai hướng.
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Xin lỗi vì lúc đó đã lừa cô.
Then, I can guess Neuvillette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Không có là sai đâu. Nhiệm vụ của tôi là thử một lần cuối cùng, để hy vọng trước khi có mặt tại phiên tòa sẽ được ngay bí mật từ cô.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Xét xử thủy thần. Đấy. Cũng đúng cái mà tôi không biết là Furina muốn nói cái điều gì nhỉ?
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument! Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
Những cái gì thế này?
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the oratories. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
Nhưng nhờ có thành viên đã chết của Spinarusa bảo vệ nên không hòa tan, là hai người Louis và Silver biến thành tinh linh nước trong. Nếu tôi nhớ không nhầm rồi thế.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Nhưng cũng không cần phải từ bỏ hoàn toàn hy vọng. Là đang bảo là có một cách khác, còn vẫn còn có một tia hy vọng gì đấy.
A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
Cô ấy cho rằng Furina có thể không phải là thần và đang mang trong một người lời nguyền nào đó. Furina có thể không phải là thần.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true.
but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an archon.
Giờ Traveler nói này. Nhưng do xét xử thì không phải do cô ấy làm không cái gì. Nhưng lý do xét xử thì không phải do cô đã làm hay không làm gì với tư cách là một vị thần.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the archon in the first place.
Không phải là thần.
Wait, what was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Furina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Thật à?
Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalors, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Furina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Mọi người cho rằng cô là thần, cũng chỉ dựa vào niềm tin lâu đời thôi.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Tìm căn cứ. Lý do nào khiến Furina có thể sống lâu dù là con người? Hai câu này thì chả liên quan vẹo, tất cả này không liên quan gì, nhưng mà có cả cái man nữ này. Thế chắc là để Alechino xem có giải quyết được gì không? Đúng à?
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Có thể giống loài trường thọ nên tuổi thọ vốn dĩ rất dài, dù không phải thì cũng có cách khác được. Lời nguyền á.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
Ai nói không quan trọng là sự thật rốt cuộc thế nào.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neuvillette?
Vậy nên Furina, cô chỉ là một người bị nguyền rủa. Bị nguyền rủa á?
Lady Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Thật luôn.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Có một chuyện chứng kiến. Furina không phải chủ nhân của cỗ máy phán quyết. Mặc dù Neuvillette cho rằng Chia vô tội, nhưng cuối cùng cỗ máy phán quyết vẫn tuyên Chia có tội, ngay cả Furina không rõ nguyên nhân. Cái này đúng không?
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Cô có thể phô diễn sức mạnh của thần tại đây không? Nhưng mà kể ra thì Furina cũng thông minh chứ nhỉ?
My power as an archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Phô diễn một chút sức mạnh nguyên tố thủy là được. Đây là việc mà những người có vision để làm được. Không có vision à? Nhờ. Không thấy vision đâu cả. Thần có cần vision không ta? Không đúng không?
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Ôi.
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
Nếu Furina là con người, làm nào chứng minh được Furina là nhân loại nhỉ? Người Fontaine có thể bị hòa tan trong nước ở biển khởi nguyên. Không thể dùng cách đấy để thử được, nguy hiểm quá. Navia rơi xuống nơi có trộn lẫn nước biển khởi nguyên, nhưng nhờ có những thành viên đã chết của. Khó nhỉ? Chắc là chỉ liên quan đến cái vụ thiếu nữ mất tích hàng loạt này thôi chứ nhỉ? Thì chắc là có liên quan gì đấy đến chuyện Furina là nhân loại, nhưng mà tôi chịu luôn á. 4 cái này tôi không biết là cái nào luôn, tôi cứ thử cái này đi. Ra luôn.
That all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Người Fontaine có thể bị hòa tan trong nước biển khởi nguyên. Đây là chuyện mà mọi người đều biết.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Nếu cô đã kiên quyết tự xưng mình là thần chứ không phải là con người, vậy thì bây giờ có một cách ít ra có thể loại bỏ nghi ngờ rằng cô chỉ là người Fontaine bình thường. Nhưng mà cách đấy quá nguy hiểm.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
mấy lần với Neuvillette nói vấn đề này nhưng Navia vẫn không thay đổi. Buồn cười vậy.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of the seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Oh yeah, cách đấy nguy hiểm thật nhưng cũng là cái cách để ép Furina nói ra sự thật.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Thật luôn á?
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Đúng.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
No!
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Cô ấy bị ảnh hưởng bởi nước biển khởi nguyên ở mức độ tương tự như một người bình thường khi tiếp xúc với cùng nồng độ.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Furina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson.
Ban đầu chúng tôi quyết định sử dụng trực tiếp nước biển ở gần thị trấn Poisson để chúng tôi có chọn cách né tránh như trước đây.
However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur.
Ôi mẹ ơi!
We don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a low concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furina could have...
I can't believe... You...
Nhờ, tại sao Furina vẫn... Nếu mà Furina là con người thật thì tại sao vẫn Quyết định hy sinh à? Why? Lẽ nào việc bảo vệ thân phận thần linh giả mạo kia lại quan trọng hơn cả tính mạng của bản thân sao á?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Tiện thấy cảm giác thương Furina vậy chứ.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty.
No.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
No.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Furina is...
Tôi không muốn ấn tiếp luôn đấy.
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Huh?
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty.
Thủy thần có tội.
To be punished via the death sentence.
What? What? Tử hình.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Nội dung trên đó ghi là thủy thần chứ không phải Furina.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Ôi, tôi sởn hết da gà lên rồi đấy.
Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Phiến đá lên sân khấu.
Is that the first prophecy slate?
Phiến đá đầu tiên đây à? Trong 4 phiến đá này đúng không?
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
Có vẻ là thủy thần trước đó đang sử dụng sức mạnh của thần biến tinh linh nước trong thành con người. Biến tinh linh nước trong thành con người.
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Nội dung trên phiến đá thực sự liên quan đến sự kiện thực thế.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Đáng nhẽ phải chụp ảnh lại chứ nhỉ? Từ sự kiện trong số tay phỏng vấn tìm được những cảnh liên quan đến nội dung việc đã thi hành thuyết minh. Rồi bây giờ mình tìm hiểu về lời tiên tri à?
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
Phiến đá thứ nhất, như đã nói, có vẻ như thủy thần trước đây đã sử dụng thần lực và sau đó đã biến các tinh linh nước trong thành con người. Có nghĩa là người dân ở Fontaine là tinh linh nước trong à?
Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
Vậy quá trình này có thể đảo ngược lại đúng không? Là lại trở lại tinh nước trong bằng cách là dính nước biển khởi nguyên. Và cái bằng chứng là sau khi những thành viên ở Smina gì gì đấy, hai ông Silver và Melus, sau khi dính nước biển khởi nguyên thành hai tinh nước trong bảo vệ Navia rơi khỏi nước biển khởi nguyên.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the
đảo thiên không thật đấy,
and
đảo
her
thiên không thật,
people
Celestia.
worshiping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them.
Phiến đá thứ hai, đảo thiên không lơ lửng trên bầu trời. Thủy thần và con dân đang quỳ lạy nơi đó. Hình như đảo thiên không vẫn trừng phạt họ.
This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing?
Đây là lúc thủy thần và người dân Fontaine bị ban cho nguyên tội thì phải. Vậy thì nguyên tội và tội của thủy thần vừa nói đấy là một sao?
The third slate shows the Hydro Archon seeking into the sea surrounded by
Cái này
many
tao không hiểu.
people.
Tao không hiểu cái bức tranh này nghĩa là gì.
That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
Ai?
Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on.
Phiến đá thứ tư chính là lời tiên tri mà người dân Fontaine truyền miệng, con người tan trong nước biển, thủy thần ngồi khóc trên ngai thần.
We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Biến con người từ tinh nước trong thành con người, và tất cả người dân ở Fontaine đều là tinh nước trong. Và chuyện này có thể đảo ngược được bằng cách là dính nó phải nước biển khởi nguyên. Bị phạt này. Bị Celestia là đảo thiên không là liên quan đến thiên lý đúng không? Thiên lý phạt thủy thần à? Thiên lý không cho phép chuyện xảy ra à? Thủy thần chìm xuống nước biển khởi nguyên. Nhưng cái này tao không hiểu, cái này là gì ta? Xác minh chân tướng. Bằng chứng có thể chứng lại chân tướng là vụ Navia, đúng rồi.
That doesn't sound quite right. Let's think about this some more.
Không phải à? Nhưng mà vụ này có liên quan đến việc là hai người kia là ấy mà. Là tin nước trong mà. Thì có thể là chuyện này nữa đây. Đây. Tất cả mọi người đều biến thành tinh nước trong mà.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Người Fontaine có thể bị hòa tan trong nước biển khởi nguyên và biến thành tinh linh nước trong. Điều này chứng minh cho nguồn gốc của người Fontaine là thủy thần đời, thủy thần thật. Dùng sức mạnh của thần để biến con người biến Fontaine, biến những con dân của Fontaine là tinh linh nước trong biến thành con người. Và bị thiên lý phạt bởi vì thiên lý không cho phép việc đó xảy ra. Đã chỉ suy được mỗi như thế đấy. Cái này thì đang chưa biết là chắc là nếu mà đả thiên không thì chắc chắn là thiên lý rồi. Thiên lý đang phạt thủy thần vì tội làm ra cái việc này. Thế thì sau khi chứng minh trước tòa rằng Furina không phải là thần, cỗ máy phán quyết lại đưa ra kết quả là thủy thần có tội tử hình. Chuyện gì liên quan đến Celestia nhỉ? thử của Furina thế nào.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Neuvillette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, has recorded on the stone slates.
Một bản án chưa từng có tiền lệ đã bị tuyên cho thủy thần. Rốt cuộc là tội danh như thế nào mà phải chịu phán quyết như vậy? Cái này tao không hiểu. Thực sự ở đây thủy thần chứ biển có rất nhiều người vây quanh cô ấy. Hay là được cứu nhỉ, như kiểu Navia nhỉ? Đúng ta? Cái này tao không biết, tôi chịu nhưng thử đi.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Khi đang điều tra di tích, Navia đã rơi xuống nơi có trộn nước biển khởi nguyên. Nhưng mà ở đấy, khi đang rơi thì mọi cái ý thức các thể loại là về lại qua một tòa án. Và nó buồn cười vậy trưởng. Người Fontaine sẽ bị hòa tan trong nước biển. Chỉ còn thủy thần ngồi khóc trên ngai thần. Chuyện này thì chả biết là có liên quan đến gì không. Cái này tôi không biết là nó ba chuyện này tôi cũng chả biết liên quan gì, nhưng thực cái chuyện của uống trà của ma nữ không phải.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid.
Con người sẽ hòa tan trong nước biển khởi nguyên, nhưng sau đó họ không biến mất mà sẽ chảy đi và hội tụ qua biển khởi nguyên, sau cùng trở thành tinh linh nước trong.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin.
Thủy thần bị tòa tuyên án tử hình. Kết quả này khiến mọi người ở đó đều cảm thấy bất ngờ. Lẽ nào tội của thủy thần chính là nguyên tội của Fontaine sao? Là cái chuyện lời tiên tri.
Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truth should come to light.
Sẽ tập này dài đấy. Nhiều thứ căng thẳng quá.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Phiến đá đầu tiên đã chứng minh người Fontaine không phải con người thực sự.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with oceanids as their basis.
Tất cả người Fontaine đều được tạo ra trên nền tảng tinh linh nước trong bởi chính vị thủy thần khi xưa.
The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vache dissolved were also turned into oceanids.
Và để chứng minh được có người Fontaine mới bị hòa tan trong nước biển khởi nguyên, những thiếu nữ mất tích cũng đều hóa thành tinh linh nước trong sau khi tan biến.
Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial. All of them in the shape of oceanids.
Là người ở Fontaine không phải là con người, mà là tinh linh nước trong.
Indeed.
Phiên đại thứ hai đã chứng minh tội lỗi của thủy thần chính là việc tạo ra người Fontaine. Thế thì chuẩn rồi.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans without prior permission.
Nếu suy nghĩ theo hướng của phiến đá đầu tiên, có thể hành vi tự ý tạo ra con người này đã khiến đảo thiên không tức giận. Là thiên lý à? Không cho phép điều xảy ra.
That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
Có lẽ là chỉ là tội lỗi mà thủy thần phải gánh chịu khi tạo ra người Fontaine.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Vậy mà viện ca kịch hôm nay lại là cảnh tượng người Fontaine có ý đồ xét xử thủy thần. Lịch sử đúng là thứ luôn chứa bước ngoặt kịch tính. Về phiên đá thứ ba, tôi vẫn cảm thấy lẽ ra nó phải ở vị trí của phiên đá thứ tư.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
Phiên đá thứ tư chính là lời tiên tri mà tất cả mọi người đều biết.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Rồi đây, tường thuật lại để mình dễ hiểu hơn này. Wow, tập này cuốn quá.
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct.
Là sự thật.
In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Ở Fontaine ngày xưa, thủy thần khi đó đã cảm nhận được niềm khao khát được sống trên đất liền của gia quyến, cũng chính là tinh linh nước trong. Khao khát được biến thành con người.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life.
Tuy nước có liên hệ mật thiết với sự sống, nhưng thủy thần chỉ là một trong 7 vị chấp chính trần thế, không hề có quyền năng để tạo ra con người.
Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea.
Nhưng cô ấy đã nghĩ ra một cách thông qua việc chiếm đoạt sức mạnh của nước biển khởi nguyên để biến những tinh linh nước trong thành dạng con người.
She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process.
Lợi dụng huyết quản của họ để trói buộc nước biển khởi nguyên vào cơ thể, từ đó tạo ra hình dạng của con người. Huyết quản.
But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
Và khi người Fontaine tiếp xúc lại với nước biển khởi nguyên, sức mạnh trong cơ thể sẽ thoát khỏi xiềng xích, trở về nguyên thủy. Quá trình này thể hiện qua việc tan biến trở thành những tinh trong. Ok.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race.
Và đấy là động tác gọi là rảnh của Neuvillette đấy. Đương nhiên việc thủy thần tự ý tạo ra con người chưa hề được thiên lý cho phép. Ok.
And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea.
Ok, tôi bắt đầu hiểu câu chuyện rồi đấy.
That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontanian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
Còn suy đoán của Quang Phạm về phiến đá thứ ba thực ra không chính xác. Thứ tự của nó với phiến đá thứ tư không hề ngược nhau.
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids.
Đúng rồi.
They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice.
Fontaine là đất nước của chính nghĩa và xét xử, đồng thời cũng là quốc gia của nước. Nước trong tranh thật ra là để thể hiện chính nghĩa và xét xử.
You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Mọi người sẽ tiến hành một phiên xét xử chính thủy thần của mình tại tòa án á. Hả?
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
Chúng ta đang ngăn lời tiên tri, nhưng mà thực chất tất cả những công việc này chỉ để làm cho đang thúc đẩy lời tiên tri á. Thậm chí còn có chủ động thúc đẩy.
What should we do?
Hoàn toàn bị vận mệnh chi phối.
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Hình ảnh trên phiến đá thứ tư cũng sắp xuất hiện phải không?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions.
Cái gì? Nhà tắt rồi, gì đấy?
About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes?
Thảm họa phun trào biển khởi nguyên trong pháo đài Meripede có thể chứng minh nó, đúng không?
However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Cái nào cơ?
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Thủ phạm gây ra thảm họa. Chị ré. Chị ré, đúng không? À, con cá voi à? Đúng không nhở?
It was both dream and reality.
Chuẩn luôn.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
Oh. Là do con này à?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Ôi. Oh my god. The fuck, con này từ đâu ra vậy? No. Oh, chứ dễ. Oh. Đúng rồi, ngăn nó lại.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Có lẽ chị giày cũng từng nhìn thấy nó khi còn nhỏ.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here.
Oh my god.
That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
Con cá voi đó không thuộc Tevat. Nó là một con quái vật luôn khóc lóc và di chuyển giữa các tinh cầu. Và bây giờ nó chuyển sang Fontaine.
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels.
Nó đang tham lam ngấu nghiến năng lượng từ biển khởi nguyên của tinh cầu, trở nên càng ngày càng lớn. Đó cũng là nguyên nhân chính. À, là lời tiên tri là nước biển dâng lên cũng là do con này đúng không? Do con cá voi này đúng không? Và Alentino nhờ Chi Ré tìm hiểu về con cá voi này để ngăn chặn nó lại, để bảo vệ những con người Fontaine. Ok, tất cả những câu chuyện nó make sense rồi ấy.
And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be.
Và năng lượng biển khởi nguyên cũng cạn kiệt một ngày đó.
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Đã dùng huyết cờ.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist.
Máu của người Fontaine có sức hấp dẫn lớn đối với con cá voi đó.
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
À, là thủy thần tạo ra cái này bằng cái thứ mà con cá voi đang tìm kiếm. Và con cá voi đấy đang đi tìm khắp Tevat để nó ngấu nghiến cái sức mạnh đó. Và nó chọn chỗ này để... Oh my god, sao dark thế?
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
Oh. Oh my god.
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Trông te tua vậy.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
Đánh bại nó luôn.
It is too late.
Không kịp rồi á.
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Teyvat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
The fuck, con này ở đâu ra vậy nhở?
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled.
Giọng của
You
ban
may
đầu.
view such things as the history of the future.
Khó mà chống lại vận mệnh. Khoan đã, vận mệnh.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
Lời tiên tri nói chung cũng chỉ là tương lai được nhìn từ góc độ các vị thần. Nhưng điểm mù trong tầm nhìn đó liệu có chuyện xảy ra không? Điểm mù á?
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Lẽ nào cho dù lời tiên tri thật sự đã xảy ra, cũng sẽ còn cách để cứu? Furina cho họ ở thật khổng lồ. Cuối cùng đội... nhờ. Furina đâu? Oh.
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Furina! No, I still need answers.
Cái gì ấy? Cái gì ấy?
You.
Ai đây? Thủy thần thực sự đây à?
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalors. You know, the god.
Thủy thần thực sự đây. Thủy thần thực sự đây. Focalors đây.
Focalors, why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving.
Mục đích của tôi đương nhiên không phải để đánh lừa mọi người rồi. Đối tượng thực sự mà tôi muốn đánh lừa. Thiên lý.
The heavenly principles.
Đúng rồi.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded.
Tất cả mọi người đều bị hòa tan, Fontaine sẽ bị nhấn chìm.
One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time.
Chỉ có đánh lừa được thiên lý mới có thể giải cứu được mọi người khi lời tiên tri xảy ra.
I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor.
À, rồi, Egeria là thủy thần đời trước nữa cơ. Tôi cứ tưởng đời này là Egeria nhưng mà không. Rồi, Egeria rồi đến Focalors.
Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
Sau khi trở thành thần, tôi đã phân tách thần cách ra khỏi tinh thần và thể xác của mình, chỉ để lại một bản thể con người giống như vừa sinh ra vậy. Là Furina.
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
Tất cả để vì hoàn thành kế hoạch đánh lừa thiên lý.
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydra Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalors' divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness.
Dưới lời nguyền của tôi, chỉ cần thần cách còn tồn tại, thì Furina sẽ không bao giờ chết, nhưng cũng sẽ vĩnh viễn không được tận hưởng niềm hạnh phúc đáng có của một con người.
Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Thế giới nội tâm của Furina.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it?
Đây là dịch của cảm xúc của Furina.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Biểu diễn vai thị thần.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Settle down!
Illusion shattered!
The wind rises.
Sao tôi thấy chiêu của tôi mà nó đen hơn là sao? Có ai để ý này không?
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards! Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Nhìn này, chiêu nó đen hơn đấy, nhìn này. Đấy. Trước có đen như thế đâu. Vé vào. Ok.
Furina. Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're... mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me? What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think... I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's
still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role, that of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
Ôi, câu này hay đấy. Vấn đề khó khăn trước mắt của cô không phải là tìm hiểu về thần tính, mà phải tìm hiểu cách để kiềm chế nhân tính.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Diễn văn nhậm chức Furina.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Furina de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalors, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act?
Sau khi xem thì giờ mới để ý nhìn lại tất cả quá trình khi mà đến Fontaine ấy. Cái lý do mà Furina lúc nào cũng giữ được cái thái độ nghiêm khắc với cả người dân ấy, với cả tất cả mọi người ấy. Lúc nào cũng rất là mạnh mẽ, nên là tất cả cũng chỉ vì muốn được người dân an toàn và thoát khỏi lời tiên tri. Tất cả chỉ vì như thế thôi.
Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
Ôi.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips, May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine! There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the archon Focalors, stand within the opera epiclese, so long as I stand before the oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Viện ca kịch Furina.
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
Oh, you're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Tất cả những gì Furina muốn làm đó là tìm cách nào đó để có thể giải được tiên tri những người dân. Ôi.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow...
Ôi, sorry mọi người.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Lady Furina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this.
180 mấy nghìn. Mỗi ngày lúc nào cũng thế. 180 mấy nghìn một ngày. Oh my god.
I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer?
Ô, ôi mẹ ơi. Tôi vừa phát hiện ra một điều. Đây, ai chơi đến khúc này rồi có để ý không? Từ trước tôi cứ nghĩ là cái giọng nói ở trong cái hồ ấy, hồ ở gần viện ca kịch ấy, giọng nói sau khi làm xong nó văng vẳng ấy, mọi người có thể tắt nhạc, mọi người nghe thấy ấy. Tôi tưởng đấy là giọng nói của các cái cô gái đã mất tích, nhưng hóa ra là giọng nói của thủy thần thật. Đây này, câu này này. Và bây giờ tôi nghe lại tôi mới sực nhớ ra câu ấy rất quen. Và tôi không tin đấy là giọng của Furina, nhưng hóa ra là giọng của Furina thật.
Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries, but there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm
a witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina, you shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really all right? Furina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once.
Tất cả những gì Furina tìm kiếm sau mấy trăm năm giả làm thủy thần đó là tìm kiếm một người có thể nói là sự thật để giải tỏa hết tất cả những cái và đó là mình, Traveler. Sao dần dần tôi cảm thấy mẹ thôi.
Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt.
Tôi có thể nói rõ một điều này. Tôi không hề hối hận khi roll C1 Furina vào trấn, mặc dù có nhiều roll thế. Tôi không hối hận một tí nào luôn.
If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Furina, the archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate.
500 năm.
It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not?
Qua mặt thiên lý.
How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
Oh.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
Cũng mày phán quyết.
Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Nó không phải là thứ máy móc dùng để thực thi công lý. Sự thật là cỗ máy phán quyết được dùng để giết chết vị thần của chính nghĩa.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed.
Cỗ máy đó cũng sẽ phá hủy cả ngai thần của vị thần chính nghĩa.
I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, Some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority has been, had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan, then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the oratories. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
Nhưng cũng chỉ có số năng lượng như vậy mới có thể làm lung lay những quy tắc của đảo thiên không, mới có khả năng phá vỡ cơ cấu của 7 vị chấp chính trần thế và phá hủy ngai thần của thủy thần.
So the oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalors, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
Tất cả là để trả lại quyền năng của thủy thần cho dòng nguyên tố thủy của tinh cầu này.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign.
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Sorry mọi người. Đợi tôi một chút. Ok. đã trở lại. Tôi đã trở lại.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
Rồng Neuvillette được trả lại sức mạnh.
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy, its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Đánh nó à?
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together. I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Ôi! Đánh nó thế nào? Làm nào đánh nó?
Quit following me.
À đây, gây đam vào cái này à? Nó cứng thế.
Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself. Be humble.
Ôi mẹ ơi. Này bao giờ mới được nó. Oh no. À đánh cái mày à? Ai ạ? Mình đang trong bụng con cá voi đúng không?
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment. Use my power to suppress its root from within. Bow your head.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Ủa. Giết chết tôi đi. Ôi! Skirt à? Oh, sư phụ của ấy.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but
Sư phụ của Chi Ré ném luôn thằng Chi Ré vào không trung rồi.
it was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Thú cưng của sư phụ.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Hyman has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
Rốt cuộc là người như thế nào mà đem cả thôn tinh kình ngư ra làm thú cưng vậy?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
Không biết Skirt khỏe đến mức nào mà như này nhỉ? Kinh khủng khiếp thế.
All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Sertologi. Sertologi là ai?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
Kỵ sĩ cực ác.
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Thành viên hội ma nữ là mẹ của Albedo á.
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Theo đuổi một loại cực hạn nào đó á. Nghe kinh khủng thế.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Hyman didn't quite catch their name.
Có phải cái bài không?
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Not to worry. Focalors has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Oh my. Lời tiên tri thành sự thật rồi.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Ơ. À, không biến thành nước, không bị hòa tan rồi. Ôi, không bị hòa tan nữa rồi. À, con thuyền của ấy. À, con thuyền của rồi. Đúng rồi. Wow.
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
The water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
The prophecy was wrong. The soil renewed. The Spina di Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rasula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, Booner Brain of the Fontaine Research Institute.
No.
The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once-overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Công nhận là tập này không thể dừng lại ngắn được. Tập này phải liên tục. Thế chỉ có 2 tập thôi. Chính xác là chỉ có đúng 2 tập thôi. Là để xong cái nhiệm vụ này mọi người ạ. Tôi có một cái gì đây ở trong túi. Cái cục gì đó ở trong túi tôi chưa phát hiện ra. Đây đây đây. Giọt lệ những vì sao. Là từ con cá voi đó. Ok, mình đến chỗ theo nhiệm vụ đi. Hay thật. Nhiệm vụ hay quá.
The wind rises.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work.
Thế nhiều lúc tôi chẳng biết Alechino là người tốt hay người xấu nữa. Chịu luôn đấy.
Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clarence?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Furina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand, at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Chlorand.
Wow, You really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin who told Monsieur Neuvillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Rồi. Giờ là bắt đầu tạm biệt những nhân vật này đấy, để kết thúc đấy.
You seem curious about the fortress.
Of course. That Ridesley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he take me for a ride. Without telling me anything, of course.
But he did invite you to tea, didn't he?
2 large pots of it, in fact. It was good tea, though.
I have to agree. The tea there is very good.
Speaking of that, would you like to have some today? I mean, you've got time, right?
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Wow, it's like we've got a menu or something. Sure, sure.
Good.
What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr. Snezhevich?
Me? I'm fine with anything. But I would prefer chocolate, should you have it.
All right. Leave it to me.
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later, Mr. Snezhevich. We should be able to finish the preparatory work today.
That works great for me.
Huh. Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
I did. It was a gift from Sijuin. Want to give it a try? I think the color would suit you too.
Đáng yêu vậy cứ. Thôi được rồi, xong rồi đấy. Nhân vật khác thì chắc là đi luôn rồi. Đến pháo đài Meripede. Rồi, mình làm nốt đi, cho xong cái tập này đi. Công nhận là quá hay.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
What? Sao vậy?
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you, then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse?
Okay.
Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Trời, tới nữa sao?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right.
Okay.
Last stop, the docks.
Vậy là bye bye đúng không? Rồi mình đi nói chuyện nốt với cả.
You know, I'd love to see you in one of Charlotte's photo shoots one day.
Is that really necessary? Our line of work doesn't really require much photographing.
It's precisely because we don't need the picture that they'll have value as keepsakes. You don't really look all that opposed to the idea, you know.
Maybe I'm just happy that I managed to once again avoid the spotlight. I think this interview went well either way.
Yes, you successfully kept prying eyes away by using Mr. Jurier and Miss Lurvine.
Tí nữa tôi đi nói chuyện với cả Junior Lovine nữa.
You should be happy for them. They have a bright future ahead of them.
Ok, lại bye bye mọi người. Hẹn mọi người ở những tập sau.
Here are the interview notes. They mentioned that the flying ship may have many uses in the future, and the journalist asked me what I thought of them. Seriously, how would I know anything about that? Flight is just flight. Whether people want to use a flying ship to broadcast good news or organize weddings is none of my beeswax.
A wedding? Huh.
Why are you looking at me like that?
So the flying ship can be used for weddings?
I didn't say that. That journalist mentioned it, and what does that have to do with us anyway?
True. What does that have to do with us?
Rồi. Nghệ lộ rồi nhá. Ok. Tạm biệt tất cả nhân vật. Hẹn một thời gian nữa gặp lại. Và cuối cùng là ở cảng Romatimi. Gặp ai ta? Tập này dài nhưng mà hay.
Too slow.
Ở dưới à?
Quit following me.
Để ta xuống dưới.
Swallow fury.
Nhưng mà không phải thang máy đâu, lâu lắm.
The wind rises.
Tôi bay cho nhanh. Rồi ở đây có gì đây? Cloren và những người khác. À tôi nhìn nhầm, không phải Cloren mà là biệt đội của Pha Thui. Nhìn nhầm á, xin lỗi mọi người.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Wow.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
Ngoài đây như kiểu là chỗ để lưu lại kỷ niệm ấy.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler? Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Furina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Cái gì? Thật ra sau khi Furina rời đi này, cha và ngài Neuvillette đã tiến hành thương lượng. Ngài đã mang tặng Gnosis cho cha theo hình thức quà tặng ngoại giao. Đơn giản thế thôi á? Thế có gần như hết tất cả Gnosis rồi còn gì nữa?
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Đơn giản như vậy thôi.
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Well, that's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Ôi, Chai đã về Snezhnaya dưỡng thương rồi. Khi thảm họa xảy ra, ngài ấy dường như đã đặt mình vào ranh giới sinh tử.
That's true. When you think
Và
about
mình vẫn
it,
giữ
we had loads of
cái
vermin
vision
with
của
the
ông
Fatui.
chia sẻ.
We'd be allied with them this time.
Nhớ là ngày trước có rất nhiều chuyện xảy ra, rất chúng ta pha chui không ngờ lại ở đúng thật.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Ơ? À đấy.
Father.
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
À đấy, bây giờ mới trả lại cái
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
Sao?
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Bye bye. Lại gặp thêm một hẹn gặp thêm một lần nữa.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Okay, bye bye Lindy và Lynette. Ferminette nữa.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see what Neuvillette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Từ để xem còn những ai xung quanh đây không? Có vẻ là không đúng không? Nó không bỏ lỡ bất kỳ nhân vật nào. Hình như là không còn rồi. Yep. Tất cả nhân vật đều bị mất rồi. Giờ cuối cùng là Neuvillette và Furina. Chắc chắn là sẽ ở đây rồi. Để tôi chạy ở đấy nhá.
following.
So, you really are here, Neuvillette. I didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Focalors đánh lừa thiên lý dựa màn kịch giảng đáng của Furina để cứu lấy Fontaine.
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalors destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
Cụ thể anh đã làm gì với có thể khiến người dân Fontaine tránh được việc bị hòa tan?
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet.
Thì tôi có thể sử dụng quyền năng rồng cổ, phỏng theo quá trình tinh cầu thai nghén sinh mệnh, trao cho họ huyết mạch thực sự.
In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalors must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
Người Fontaine mới thực sự đã được sinh ra.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalors finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Về phán quyết của Chizai khi
I
đó.
have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young.
Cái này có
There,
trọng đấy.
by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal.
Vụ án của Child tôi đã truy vết nhiều lần và biết được hồi nhỏ anh ấy đã rơi ở vực sâu nào đó. Nhờ cô duyên trùng hợp đã đánh thức được thôn tinh kình ngư là cái con cá voi đấy. Và đó là lý do tại sao mà cái máy kia phán có tội.
But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalors deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Hay là vì Focalors đã đoán được Child sẽ khống chế được thôn tinh kình ngư nên cố ý để anh ấy kéo dài thời gian cho Fontaine. Thật không thể biết được. Wow.
Guess Focalors had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Có, nhớ.
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Rồi, về tương lai của Fontaine.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Furina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Furina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me before leaving the Opera House.
Thế có nghĩa là Neuvillette chính thức trở thành thủy thần à? Wow. Furina dân chúng chỉ biết rằng án tử của cô ấy trên thực tế là chưa được thi hành. Cô ấy đã từ chức thủy thần, giao lại cho công việc cho tôi, sau đó rời khỏi viện ca kịch.
I related Focalors' words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person.
Lần nào tôi gặp lại Furina lần nữa nhỉ?
Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Về Genosis của Fontaine, tại sao anh lại đưa Genosis một cách dễ dàng như vậy? Hỏi.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power.
Thế chính thức là Fontaine trở thành một nước vô thần à? Không có thần à?
As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations! Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Về điểm đến tiếp theo của chuyến hành trình.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Một thời gian nữa hay biết đến Natlan. Là nơi nào? Natlan à? Mới à?
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land.
Natlan là nơi mới.
As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Vương quốc của loài rồng.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Nathlon is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame.
Ok, map tiếp theo sẽ là Natlan. Mọi người ạ.
There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
À, tôi nhớ Captain ông này rồi. Ông này giọng rất là trầm và không thấy mặt đâu. Tôi nhớ ông này.
Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Nathlon. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Hôm mà tôi đưa hai vị về mặt đất trong biển khởi nguyên, tôi và vị tiểu thư tên Skirt đó đã có một cuộc hội thoại. Sao?
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Neuvillette?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Di cốt của kẻ đội thứ ba. Oh yeah. Gnosis.
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalors' divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you.
Nên vứt bỏ thứ xui xẻo đó đi, tránh việc xảy ra tai. Thế là Neuvillette vứt đi vì thấy nó xui xẻo thôi hả?
To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Child. Wow.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the no-seas actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Cô ấy nhắc đến kẻ đổ bộ. Tôi là kẻ đổ bộ thứ tư. Sao tôi ở dưới nước có liên quan đến kẻ đổ bộ? Kẻ đổ bộ trước tôi đã chết.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them.
Yep.
That means that the no-seas, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalors' efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Wow. Vậy là xong nhiệm vụ tất cả mọi thứ rồi đó. Đúng rồi. Và chúng ta mở được nhiệm vụ Ma Thần. Nhiệm vụ truyền thuyết của Furina. Rồi. Và chúng ta hãy nói chuyện với cả ngài Neuvillette lần cuối trước khi tạm biệt ngài Neuvillette một thời gian nào.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Là tất cả mọi thứ đấy. Rồi.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you.
Rồi. Vậy là tất cả nội dung mình đã hoàn thành. Có một điều tôi thấy hơi lạ, đó là tôi không biết bây giờ gặp Furina ở đâu. Và mình có thể gặp lại được Furina không? Có muốn gặp lại Furina sau cái cốt truyện này. Tất cả mọi người thì gặp được hết rồi, nhưng riêng Furina này chưa. Nếu mà ai tìm được thì có thể chia sẻ với tôi nhé. Ôi, đây để tôi nói luôn cho mọi người là tập này tôi quay tận 4 tiếng. Hơn 4 tiếng. Là chưa một video nào mà tôi quay lại dài đến mức như này. Nhưng mà công nhận là tôi cứ nghĩ là tôi sẽ chia cái video này đến tận 3 đến 4 phần cơ. Nhưng mà bởi vì cái nội dung nó không thể ngắt ở những cái đoạn đấy được, nên là bởi vì nó đang kiểu cao trào mà, nên là không thể ngắt được, nên là tôi quyết định là thôi làm luôn một phát dài luôn đi. Bởi vì đây một trong nhiệm vụ quá là hay mà ngắt thì rất là khó chịu. Yep, nhiệm vụ này cực kỳ hay, mang cho tôi rất nhiều cảm xúc. Cảm xúc buồn cũng có, cảm xúc vui cũng có, hỗn loạn cảm xúc. Nhưng mà cuối cùng động lại là cảm xúc gọi là cảm giác kiểu được giải tỏa ấy. Là tất cả những cái thắc mắc, những cái khúc mắc, các thứ được giải tỏa. Fontaine được bình yên rồi. Tất cả những sự thật cũng được phơi bày rồi. Nói chung là tôi hiểu tại sao mọi người lại khen cái nhiệm vụ này đúng thế rồi. Cảm ơn mọi người đã xem đến mức này. Thực sự cảm ơn. Và hẹn mọi người ở những video tiếp theo. Tiếp theo tôi sẽ chơi nhiệm vụ của... Đây, có nhiệm vụ mới của Furina. Thì mình sẽ hiểu được thực sự Furina đang như thế nào. Sau cái nhiệm vụ này tôi không biết tìm được Furina ở đâu. Nếu mà ai tìm được thì có thể share cho tôi nhé. Trong tâm trí của tôi thì tôi vẫn nghĩ rằng Furina vẫn xứng đáng là một vị thần. Furina thực sự xứng đáng là một vị thần. Sau tất cả những cống hiến suốt 500 năm của cô ấy thì vẫn thực sự xứng đáng là một vị thần. Thực sự. Cảm ơn mọi người đã xem. Hẹn mọi người những video tiếp theo. Xin chào và hẹn gặp lại.